Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. This is somewhat impromptu, but also something I've always been planning, which is to do more solo reading sprints again. I took a break from my series read along sprints because I wasn't really in the mood to read the books that I planned to read for those sprints. So we're just doing chill, casual solo reading sprints. So, first things first, as usual, I am just gonna do my sharing on socials, sharing on Instagram and Discord, just so more people could join us for today. So give me like some time and I'm just gonna share stuff for a bit. So in the meantime, let me know, what are you gonna be doing during the sprints? Are you gonna be reading? Are you gonna be working? Are you gonna be, doing productivity stuff, maybe chores? Doesn't matter. We're all here for it. We're just here to casually just hang out and chat in a bit and do stuff. But if you're gonna be reading with us or with me, I'm used to saying us because I'm usually with shenanigans, but today I'm going solo. But if you're gonna be reading with me, let me know in the chat what you plan to read. And in the meantime, I'm just gonna be doing my usual sharing stuff, and then I'll get back to you and check out all of your current reads. I have been slowly, working my way back into like a reading mood. I think doing the sprints last Sunday really helped because since then I've been in the mood to read, but I want to keep it up, which is why I also want to keep on doing sprints. So let me just share this with the folks over at Instagram, and then we can get started. I don't know how many people will join us just because it is like an awkward day of the week. It's Tuesday here in the Philippines. Hold on. Let me just share this. Doo, 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 doo. Okay. Yeah, yeah, doing sprints again today. So whenever I'm on this reading moods, I need to like really capitalize on it because it can be quite fleeting. But yeah, so let me check out what everyone is going to be reading. Hi, Louis. Welcome to the Sprints. Thank you for joining again today. You are still rereading Passion by Lauren Kate. Well, hopefully this reread, since you mentioned this was your favorite, I believe. So hopefully it's proving to be a good reread still. I'm hoping you still like it. Um, Hi, Kay. Welcome back to the Sprints, and thank you always for your lovely, lovely reminders. So, everyone, read this and remind yourself to drink water, which I need to grab a glass of water. I don't have any in front of me. Check the laundry. I'm actually doing laundry, so that's probably something I'm gonna be like fixing when it like alerts me that it's done. But yes, thank you so much for dropping by. So I'm not gonna like delay this any further. I think we should go and start our first sprint. This is a reading sprint for me. So the first one, I am gonna be reading the same book that I was reading last Sunday. If you were there, I am gonna be reading. Let me just show you the cover. Oops. Okay. How do I? I apparently closed it. Hold on. Cover. Yeah, I am still reading After She'd Gone by Alex Dahl. So I am on page 264. So I think I have 100 more pages remaining. So I am immersion reading this one. I'm listening to it on audio as well via Libby. And I am enjoying it. I feel like a lot of things are starting to get resolved. So if you didn't know, in this book, we are following three women, and they're all actually, we're following more than three women, but there's like three main women characters, and they're all going through this very like strange, mysterious like experiences, mostly having to do with this high fashion society in Italy. and we're following a mother in Norway who gets kidnapped, as well as her son gets kidnapped as well, and we don't know why. We don't know what she did because it seems like people are chasing her because she did something, but we don't know yet. But yeah, I'm still in 264 pages. I'm still like not 100% sure what's going on. We are starting to see things get revealed, so I'm very excited. So I'm definitely going to be finishing this one today in the sprints now. So I'm going to update you if I like it or not. But so far, it's been a really good thriller read, I think, because it has a very different setting from the thriller books that I've been reading. Usually, I read about like stuff set in the States, in the US, or maybe in the UK or in the Philippines, but this one is set in Norway and in Italy primarily. So it has a very different setting, and then the author does such a great job at describing places. The author spends a lot of like time telling you about the different mountains, the different restaurants, the different cafes, that like by name dropping those places, so you can kind of like build a picture of your head of the city, and I'm really enjoying that so far. But yeah, I'm enjoying my time reading this one. I'm hoping that it closes out really well. I'm not looking for like a pretty ribbon to tie it all up together, but just a satisfying ending is just what I need for a mystery thriller. But yeah, I'm gonna shut up now and we can start the first reading sprint. So I'm gonna be doing 1 hour sprints, so an hour long sprints, and then like the usual 8 to 10 minutes chatting time in between. Hello, welcome to the sprints. Thank you for joining us. So if you're joining in the middle of it, don't hesitate to let us know in the chat what you're gonna be reading or doing. And with that, I think we can start our first reading sprint. I'm actually trying also a different like timer situation, just something more simple that I could just set up anytime. So we're gonna have to rain with us. Let me know later if you want to change it, if it's too loud or too. See you in an hour. Happy reading, everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from the first reading sprint. How was that first sprint for you? Actually, let me just check if my mic is working because earlier it feels like it wasn't. Double checking on YouTube. Okay, it is. How was that first reading sprint? Did you end up reading a book or doing something else? Let me know in the chat. I made it to page 316 of After She'd Gone, and things are happening. Things are like there's so many reveals already, and I don't know. My initial theory that one of the POVs of the women we're following is actually like a thing, like something that happened in the past is true, but also it wasn't true in the way that I wanted it to be true. But it's still okay. Like the reveals are expected. Um, I think a couple of things shocked me with the way that things happen. Like there's some events where I was like, oh, what just happened? And I think the narration also helped because the narrator did such a great job of like adding emotion to the narrative. So when things are like ramping up, her narration gets a little bit faster and a little bit more frantic. And I love that because it really heightens the feelings as I'm reading this book. When it's like a thriller or yeah, when it's like a thriller, you want that kind of like roller coaster of emotions as you're reading the book. So I'm really liking the narrator for After She'd Gone. How about everyone? I think a couple of people joined us while we were in the sprints. Hi, Germs. Reading The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue by V. Schwab. Starting at page 142, hoping to finish it within today. Wow, that is intense. Well, I think it's like a 500-page book, right? Like around that ballpark. I guess it is possible if you're just really sitting down and reading that today. I really enjoyed that book. I think I gave that 4.5 or 5 star. I think 4.5, but it's still a book that I really love. Like, I love the writing in it. I mean, V. Schwab's writing is just really like the way she strings together words is just always so romantic and beautiful. Like if you want to read about romanticizing everyday life, reading her words is exactly that, which I love to read stuff like that from time to time. I am so excited to start reading Bury Our Bones in a Midnight Soil. I want to read it for this month because, spooky season. So we'll see. Hopefully, I do get to it. I don't have a lot of commitments to read this month. So I am so excited for that. How are you enjoying Adilaru? That I think for me, a lot of people are saying that it's so slow, especially like the first 100 pages, nothing is happening, it's very repetitive. But I actually really love those parts of Andy LaRue because I felt that like it made I guess the reveal at the around 100 page mark, it made it a lot more impactful for me at least. That's how I view it. Hi Grace, welcome back to the Sprints. Good morning to you. Working while listening to Consider Me by Becca Mack. Currently 15%. Let me search that on Starcraft. Consider Me, Becca Mack. Oh, this looks spicy. Sports romance. Okay. It's the first book in the Playing for Keeps series. Wait, what sport is this? NHL. Hockey. How are you liking it? What is the tropes on this one? But oh my gosh, I miss the days that I read a lot of like sports romance. I need to get back into my sports romance um era just because it's like a fun good time. It's like silly goofy time when you're reading sports romance. Hi Donna, welcome to the sprints. I love the profile photo with the scream face. Reading Check and Mate. Oh, I like that one. I think that's an unpopular opinion. I don't think a lot of people like Check and Mate, or at least the people in my circle didn't like Check and Mate, but I enjoyed that. I found it really charming. I think is the word that I would use. Yes, good morning to you, Donna. Um, Hi, Elena. Just got here. I have a meeting in like 30 minutes, but I'm reading The Never King by Nikki St. Crow for the rest of the night. The Never King. You guys read so many books that I have never even heard of. Oh, this looks like a dark romance. It's erotica, fantasy. Oh, fantasy erotica. That's interesting. The name of the series is like Vicious Lost Boys, and immediately my mind goes to, is this like a Peter Pan like themed story? Is this like a Peter Pan fantasy erotica retelling? Lost Boys to me just equals Peter Pan. Let's see. I think it is. I think it is because it says here in the description the stories were all wrong. Hook was never the villain. For 2 centuries, all of the darling women have disappeared on their 18th birthday. Interesting. Oh, this sounds intriguing. Okay, The Never King is a reimagining of Peter and Wendy. Characters have been aged up. Thank you. But oh, okay. I'm curious. I'm curious about this. The only Peter Pan retelling that I've read was Hooked by Emily McIntyre, and that was a fun time. I think for that book, the thing that gets me when I read that book was that how blatantly obvious the references are. And I think Emily McIntyre meant for it to be like cringy in a way because of how obvious like the references are. I think the most glaring one was that the name of the airlines that Hook in that book, who is this billionaire guy or whatever, the name of the airlines that he owns is called Nev Air Land. Is that Nev Air? Is that what? Yeah, Nev Air Land. I think it's what it's called because Neverland, Nev Air. And I don't know, I just found that so funny. Um, and there was this character there that was so obviously Tinkerbell, and I think I'm forgetting everything now, but I think like the name was just so hilariously like a parody of the original story. But that made it so fun to read though. But how are you liking it? Would you like recommend it, the book? I mean, I know you're still reading it, but so far, are you enjoying it? Hi Bana, reading Misery by Stephen King. Oh, that is a very different genre from The Never King. It's a different king. I have yet to read any Stephen King, and recently I got 11, that book with the dates as the title. I keep forgetting. 1162, is that? No, it's not. 11/22/63 by Stephen King. So I recently got that, and a lot of people went crazy when they saw that I got that book. A lot of them were saying like, "Oh, that's my favorite Stephen King. You should read that now. I really love that book." And then someone also said that I should try and read it before I read 11/22/63 because there's like a character in it that shows up in that book. I'm not sure how strong like the connection is, but I don't know if I want to read it first because it is like a 1,200 page book, which is insane. And 11/22/63 is also a very thick book. So I don't know, but I'm excited. I don't know if that's like a good book to start Stephen King with. But I think I'm gonna start with that just because it like the premise sounds so interesting to me. But yeah, how are you liking Misery? And is it like is it scary? Is it a scary kind of book or more horror, thriller? I don't know. Like I have zero clue about Stephen King books aside from the ones that were turned into movies. Louis Carrington, page 141, In Passion by Lauren Kate. Good job. Lots of reading done. Good morning. Is your name Mai? Let me know if I pronounce that correctly, or let me know what you would like to be called. I'm working first, and I'm going to catch up on Empire of the Damned. Is that like the second book? Empire, or is that the first book? Empire of the No, the first book is Empire of the Vampire, right? So Empire of the Damned is the second book. Okay. The covers in this are just so nice, but I'm not sure why I'm just not interested in the series. Maybe you could let me know if you're liking this one. You're trying to catch up before you meet the author next month. Ooh, how fun. Is it gonna be like a book signing event, like a book convention? But good job. Like congratulations that you get to meet the author. Hopefully you get to finish the book, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Hi, sweet Pickens. Let me know how you want to be called. You're reading Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. I really want to read this book. I feel like this is the kind of fantasy that I would enjoy a lot. Like, I've heard that it's a bit dry, it's a bit like academic, and I love those kinds of fantasy. I just this is a stupid reason to not read the book, but I want to get I think it's the UK editions. I just hate the US editions that I let me just search. US edition Emily Wilde. Okay. Okay, then what is the UK edition? Yeah, very much prefer the UK editions of Emily Wilde. So I'm holding off from buying the book and reading the book. I know I could read it as an ebook. I know it doesn't matter what the cover looks like, but I feel like I just want like the experience that I want. I mean, for me, reading is a full experience, which is why I personally read my special editions. I don't just display them, that is a personal choice. I know some people treat them more of like a collection. I personally like special editions because I like how it enhances the reading experience for me. So I just want to read the books in the edition that I want to read them in. Sometimes it even extends to the font that they use for the inner pages. Like I can be quite particular. Like sometimes I would really hate the font, and that would negatively affect my reading experience and would make me like not like the book, which is stupid. But also design is that's me because I'm a designer. So like I fully embody that. So I don't know. I just want to read. I just want the UK edition, but I haven't found it in a place where they're selling it at like a reasonable price. So maybe if I have friends in the UK or someone going to the UK, I'll probably ask them to pick it up for me. But for now, it's just gonna be my never-ending TBR. But hopefully, you're enjoying your time reading Emily Wilde. Louis took it. It took me. I can't speak. Louis says it took me 9 months to finish it, but I remember I read books for Blu-ray Book Club, which is why I was reading it on and off. Sorry, which book is that? Was it the Passion that you're reading right now, or maybe was it Addie LaRue? Oh, It by Stephen King. Okay, yeah, 1,200 pages. Well, was it fun when you read it? Did you enjoy your time reading it? How does it compare to the movies that we had recently? Is it kind of similar? Because also someone also mentioned that if I didn't want to read the books before reading 11/22/63, I could just watch the movies and it would give me sort of I guess, the background that I need to enjoy 11/22/63 to its fullest. Yay, I'm glad. I always want to try and make sure that I pronounce stuff correctly. There is a reference to it, okay, in 11/22/63, which is not horror yet, but you don't have to read it first or at all to understand it. Okay, so I guess it might just be sort of an Easter egg kind of thing. Like if you've read it, you would be delighted or surprised when you find that reference in 11/22/63, but it's not like crucial to understanding that book at all. Okay, that's good to know because I really do not want to read it first. That is very good to know. Hello, hello. He's my favorite author. I've met him once before. I have 5 titles from his books. Wow. I'm dedicated. Yeah. I didn't think I would love Empire as much as his Nevernight series, but I do. Maybe more. Oh, I think that's kind of like an unpopular opinion because I have read so many mixed reviews about the Empire series. I don't know if it's just because maybe people were expecting something different or whatnot, but it's kind of been mixed from at least from what I hear. But I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Like I love it when people are so passionate about their books and whatnot. So I'm glad that you found an author in like a series that you really enjoy. Which author would I tattoo on my body? Like I'm not a stranger to tattoos. Like I have quite a bit of tattoos. So it's not like something super big for me. But do I have an author that I want to tattoo on my body? I feel like I would love to have V. Schwab's writing at some point in my body just because the way that she like uses words is just so my style. So maybe that's one thing. But I can't think of an author that I would want tattooed on my body. So maybe that's like the highest praise if I want the author's words or ideas and concepts tattooed on my body. Misery is more of a psychological thriller. No paranormal stuff. Okay. A crazy fan is keeping her favorite author imprisoned in her home. I'm almost halfway and kind of enjoying it. I'm horrified but not scared. Oh, that is a good premise. Okay, Misery. Bumping that up on my TBR for Stephen King. So maybe that's what I'm gonna read after I read 11/22/63, whenever that is. That is a really interesting premise. I feel like anything where there's like writers and books and authors involved, I'm always like intrigued. So you guys not having edition you want to read is an amazing reason. At least you know what you want. Yeah. I mean, there's so many books that I also want to read. So it's not like I'm not reading anything. But yeah, I just really prefer the look of the UK edition. Hello, hello. Misery is considered a horror, but it is mild and more of a thriller. Okay, got it. Crazed fan. Yeah. Kind of like a stalker, there's a lot of like stalker books recently. So something like that. But some of the stalker books I've read, like Lights Out, is not really horror. It's romance. Now at page 164, chose the book for my birthday last month. Something to ponder, but definitely not the same wish I would want. Okay. Um, I love everything about it. The slowness helped me appreciate reading more. Yes. I feel like the slowness really helps you understand the kind of life that Adler is living. Very repetitive, very like same, nothing is changing, which I think just adds to the whole ambience of the book. It by Stephen King was meh. Okay, gave it 2.5 over 5. It was fine, but not scary. I wasn't scared when I read it during the nighttime. I love Long Walk by Stephen King, which will have a movie adaptation soon. Long Walk. Let's see, what is that about? Okay. Long Walk is psychological horror. Okay. Oh, okay. This kind of is giving me like, marathon, but make it, how there's like a run culture now, but like run culture, but make it horror, which is kind of funny if you think about it right now. But that is interesting. Okay, I will keep that in mind. I would still like to read it at some point in the future, just because it's well known. It's like a classic horror book to read. Missouri's Book Cheeks PH Book of the Month. Ooh, that is a very, very intimidating book of the month. For me, the original movie was good, and the new ones are not bad. Some of the things change in um either movie and are better than the book. Okay, so I feel like that's a good thing that the directors are like interpreting the book in a different way with every recreation of the film, just because different flavor for every like reincarnation of the same source material. I also have Charlie Holmberg, Lee Verdugo, Fahrenheit 451, Stephen King, and Joe Hill related tattoos. There are probably more, but I have a lot of tattoos that I've probably forgotten. I feel that 100%, especially the tattoos that I don't see, like the tattoos that are like at the back side of my body. I forget, and sometimes I get like surprised when I suddenly see them. Which is why so recently one of my projects, personal projects, is like filling up my right arm, so I have been like adding a little bit to it every time I go to the studio. But I always say that I want the tattoos at the front side so I can see them, just because I wanna appreciate them. But then sometimes when I look at a photo of myself from the back, I would see that I have zero tattoos. It looks like I don't have tattoos at all, just because I put them all at the front so I can see them. But now I'm starting to like put stuff at the backside so I can at least like wrap around my arm now. But that's just so funny to me that there are some times that I look at a photo of myself and I'm turned around and I'm like, this girl looks like she doesn't have any ink on her body. But I love it. I love tattoos so much. King likes to add Easter eggs in his stories, but there are only a few that should be read in order, like The Shining before Doctor Sleep. Yeah, makes sense. But you would have to read all of his books in pub order too. Ooh, okay. I follow another YouTuber that everyone probably knows, Gavin reads it all, and he's doing a Gavin Reads All the King series, and he's reading Stephen King books in order. So I want to watch it, but I don't want to get spoiled. But I also want to watch it, and I don't know that I'm gonna be reading all of Stephen King's books. So I think I'm just gonna pick and choose the books that I want to read from Stephen King, and then the rest I'm gonna watch in Gavin's videos. Okay, I'm gonna finish the rest of the chat, and then we can start our second sprint in a bit. Avoid reading from another book or story. Yeah, in order to avoid reading another book or story. Got it. Not a horror fan, but they always have some interesting premises. Yes, that is something I did notice, that the way that I like, whenever I see a Stephen King book and whenever someone tells me a premise, the premise of the book, I'm always like surprised by how different the premise sounds to me. Like it feels like I haven't really read something like that. And granted, I'm not like I haven't read a lot of horror in my reading lifetime, so it may be just because I haven't like read that genre that much. But to me, it feels like always like a very unique premise, which is a good thing because he wrote so many books. So good on him for having so many ideas. Joe Hill is one of Stephen King's sons. Oh, I did not know that. Like actual son, not like a son in a figurative sense in like the horror writing realm, like actual biological son. Oh, that is interesting. Owen Hill is the other, and they're all writers of horror thrillers. So Stephen's wife, only her daughter. I feel like the daughter is like, I am so fed up by all of this horror writing. I'm gonna do something else. Owen King, not Owen Hill. Okay. Oh, okay. That is a very interesting fact. I did not know that. The only thing I know about Joe Hill is he wrote a short story with the Amazon collections that I read that was very like I liked the premise a lot, but it was a short story, so I feel like it I wanted more out of it. And also Gerard Way from My Chemical Romance mentions a book by Joe Hill as one of his favorite books. So I think that's the only way that I know Joe Hill. So I might have to look into his writing and at some point in the future. Okay, that is gonna be it for now. We're gonna go into our second reading sprint. So same thing, 1 hour on the clock. My laundry actually just pinged, so I have to take it out of the machine. But in the meantime, let's all start reading again or doing whatever it is that we want to be doing. I'm gonna put on the rain again. Let me know if you want like the ocean or a bustling cafe or an airplane cabin. Those are the choices that we have in the free version. Exam hall. Who would want an exam hall? Well, I guess the writing, like the sounds of the pencils on the paper. I guess that's like a nice sound. But for now, I'm gonna stick with the rain, and I will see you again in an hour. Happy reading. Hi everyone. Welcome back from the second reading sprint. How was that sprint for you? Did you finish your book or did you do your chores, whatever it is that you wanted to do? I managed to finish my book, so I did finish. Where's my Kindle? Um, I did finish reading After She'd Gone by Alex Dahl, and okay, trying to like figure out my full thoughts on the book, but the things that I thought was gonna happen actually did happen in the end. I thought I had it wrong in terms of like what the plot twist was gonna be, but then she pulled like a double gotcha at you, and I was actually right all along. So it's nice. Like the ending was a little bit of a sketchy situation because I feel like the character started acting out of character towards the end in hopes of like getting things wrapped up and getting things resolved. Some of the characters made choices that I felt like were outside of what we know of them and outside what we think they would be doing, which is not, not always a good thing. But it's not that serious, honestly. So it's fine. The only thing that I was like, huh, at the end was at the very last chapter before the epilogue. The one of the characters was talking to another character, and she was asking her like, how did you do this? Like, or oh no, she was telling her, oh, this is actually what happened. This is why that thing happened. I'm trying to be vague, so there's no spoilers. Then she explains why. And then after a paragraph, that same character asks the other girl, so what happened? And then the other girl repeats by saying the same thing that she said, but from her point of view. And I'm like, what? I felt like it was like a typo, or like maybe the author initially wanted this kind of ending, but then decided, oh no, actually, let's have the other girl say that. But she kept both things in the chapters. It was kind of funny. It was even it was even in the audiobook, if I'm not mistaken, because that's the reason why I got confused, because I was listening to it and I was reading it and then I heard the same things again. And I'm like, huh? Let me just double check it on the text. And I was right. It was written twice, but from different characters. So that was just kind of like a funny thing that happened towards the end. But yeah, I think this was okay. I much preferred the first a little over half, maybe for 60% of the book, because it had a lot of like darkness to it. It had like this mystery. It has this very eerie and it's unsettling vibe to it that I really enjoyed. So I'm definitely gonna be checking more books by this author. I also have one more book by her, that I got from the book fair, and that was the book that was turned into a show. I'm not sure where it's streaming. Is it Netflix? I think it's a Netflix show. So I'm excited to check that out as well. I think this author, the way she writes, really matches well with what I like to read because of the way that she describes things, the way that she spends a lot of time in building the setting, a lot of time in sort of giving you vibes and emotions. I like it when authors do that. So I think we vibe really well. This one, the ending was just really a little bit for me, but I enjoyed my time reading it. So yeah, that is my, I guess, quick thoughts on After She'd Gone by Alex Dahl. How are your reads? Let me check in the comments. Rain is nice. Okay, for the audio. Alena says, I haven't read a lot of dark romance lately. The last one that I read, I didn't particularly like. Oh, what was it? What did you read? But The Never King is surprisingly good. Ooh, okay. Good to know. If ever I need a Peter Pan retelling on the spicy side, then at least I have a book that I can go to. Hi, Kathy. Welcome to the sprints. Baking some mini apple pies, very fall and or autumn coated. And other treats today. Working a little and reading Robin Hood. Ooh. I wish we had seasons here in the Philippines. So I can fully immerse myself in like the difference in the seasons. But we only have two, and it's like wet and dry. So it's like either it's hot and humid, or it's hot, wet, and humid. or a little bit cool, maybe cool, wet and humid is probably the better term. But I am with you with the autumn fall vibes. How are you liking Robin Hood? That's a I'm not quite sure like how old that book is, and I don't know like what the writing style is. So how are you liking it so far? Hi, Charms, is that how you want to be called? Let me know in the chat. I am new here. Welcome to the Sprints. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. I would love to join you. Yes, I would love to have you here. I will be continuing my read of Alchemize, 697 over 966. That is a chunky book. I hope you're liking your read of it. I'm still not sure if I want to read it yet. I mean, I'm not in the mood for that at the moment. So we'll see. We'll see if that's a book that I will ever get to read. But yeah, I actually don't know what I'm gonna be reading next, or if I think for the next sprint, rather than read, I'm gonna fix my clip. So I have a bunch of videos that I filmed, but I haven't edited them yet. So I think I'm gonna take the first step and actually put the clips onto my hard drive, organize them, so that tomorrow I have like a working date with my friends at a cafe. I can edit at the cafe. This is a step that always takes me the longest to start, just organizing the files, because I have to take all the clips from my camera and my phone, which I also use to film, and then put them on the hard drive, organize it into like roughly chronological order. And then that's only when I can start editing. And I've been putting it off for such a long time. So I think that's what I'm going to be doing for the next sprint. And then I'll see if I want to read after that. Um, Hi, welcome to the sprints. Are you going to be reading with us? Let me know. I got a bunch of work done and makeup done. Ooh, very productive. I'll be able to read in the next one, I think. Very productive still, you know. A few chores. Good job. Thanks, Louie. Thanks for joining us tonight. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. And it's pretty late in the Philippines. It's like 10:38 in the evening, but I'm in a reading mood and I want to capitalize on that, which is why I wanted to sprint. Charms got a chapter read. Any progress is still progress. Germs is at 187 of Addie LaRue. Teary-eyed for Addie. I'm at the part where she finally gets to experience her own kind of tomorrow. Because for so long, she's had our presents. Very, very true. Like uh, I need to reread Addie LaRue at some point. I feel like rereading it, I'm gonna get a little bit different out of it, something a little bit different out of it. Just because the way that it's written, it's really open to a lot of like feelings and emotions and interpretations as well. Sorry, my name is Michelle. Okay, glad to know. I will try my best to remember whenever you visit the sprints that you want to be called Michelle. Oh, what videos are you working on? So I have currently two videos that are actually all ready to edit. One of them is a book haul. So I went to a book fair. Um, has it already been half a month ago? Yeah, I went to a book fair around 3 weeks ago. Oh, time passes by so fast. And I wanted to share all of the books that I got in there because I did get quite a bit. I think I got around, I haven't really counted it yet, but I think all in all, I got around maybe 20 books, 24 books, something around those numbers. So yeah, I wanted to film that. It also has a little bit of like a vlog clips from that event, from the book fair. So I wanted to do that. And then the other one is a reading vlog, and I have been working on this reading vlog where I read books that I got last year from the same book fair. So this is like an annual book fair, and last year I also went to that, got like 30 something books. So I wanted to sort of expose myself a little bit and see how many books I did actually read from that haul from last year, and then use like a spinner wheel to figure out the books that I'm going to be reading. So it was actually a lot of fun, and I read books that I really enjoyed. So I want to edit that. Vlogs are always the toughest for me to gather clips because I film from different sources. Like for my haul video, I just film it with one camera because it's a sit down video. But with my vlogs, I film with like a phone. Sometimes I even use someone else's phone. You just use whatever camera you have on you. So I have to like gather all those into like a folder. So that always takes time. Charm is fine, so don't worry about it. It is a nickname. Yeah, I will try to remember because you told me that your name is Michelle. I will try my best to remember, but sorry in advance if I forgot next if I forget next time. But yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna be doing. But if I do want to read at some point, I think let me just check my Kindle. What else I have in here? I do have a romance series that I want to read and also kind of need to read because the third book in that series I got an arc and the book is releasing on October 12th. So I kind of want to read it and like leave a review of it before the book gets published. So I am going to probably, yeah, okay. Okay, I am gonna commit. I'm gonna read can you see between here and there and between then and now, that's like the series. I'm gonna start reading those in the next sprint after I finish organizing all of my files for editing because I'm not in the mood to edit tonight. But tomorrow I have to edit. Fun that you're holding yourself accountable for the books. I'm looking forward to seeing more work on that. Thank you so much. I have been trying my best to really be active on booktube. It's been touch and go for a while. I go through phases of like intense like productivity with videos and then I go into a slump. And then, but now I really want to try to keep up with it at least for like one video a week is my plan, but we'll see. I'm hoping that with the videos I have already, I can sort of like schedule some of them in advance. But yes, I do have quite a bit of videos already, so you could check those out. Guess it's time to cook for breakfast and eat for the next bit. Stomach's growling now. Funny enough, my stomach is not growling, but I know, my mind knows that inside my fridge, I have half of the mandugok or dumpling soup that I ate for early dinner, just chilling in the fridge. And I'm like, I kind of want to eat it. So I might do that for the next sprint as well. I might uh, organize my clips, maybe eat, and then read. Maya's gonna go for a walk with the corgis. So probably be reading by the time I get back. Okay, that is lovely. I have my two dogs in here. Let me see if I can show them. I have, oops, can you see them? I have my two dogs in here. They're both sleeping, very, very productive, resting. And they're just like beside me and being very cute and distracting at the same time. I know they're so cute. Sometimes I just get, the cute aggression where I just want to like squeeze them, but then they get mad and they leave. So I'm trying to not be super like touchy with them because they don't super like being touched. They just want to be beside you, but they don't want you to bother them. It's just so selfish of them. But anyway, I think we can jump into our next reading sprint, which for me is gonna be some sort of like working slash eating and then reading sprint. I don't know how many sprints we're going to be doing tonight. I think definitely two more. So we're going to be on our third sprint. So one more after this for sure. But we'll see how I feel after the fourth one. If you guys are still like ready, still game to read, then maybe. But for now, let's go on to our third reading sprint. Are we still cool with the rain? Do you want to try perhaps a raining cafe situation? I think rain with the exam hall, maybe. I like that you can like layer the sounds here, but I think that's way too many things happening. So I think I'm just gonna stick with the rain and put on an hour, and I'll see you in a bit. Happy reading, walking, cooking, eating, whatever it is that you're doing. I'll see you in an hour. Hi everyone. Welcome back from the third reading sprint. How was that sprint for you? Why am I speaking in like a sing-songy way? Um, Let me know if you read your books, if you did whatever chores or something else. I am still in the middle of transferring files to my computer. It does take a while sometimes, because the files are huge. But I also ate my second dinner. I just couldn't help myself. I really wanted to eat the dumpling soup that I had in the fridge. So I did that, and stellar idea. I'm My tummy is very happy now. And then I started reading between between Then and Now by Kyra Isabel. So this is the first book in a what do you call that? Interconnected romance. So this is written by a Filipino author. So I'm very excited to get into it. So far, I've only read 10 pages of it. So we're just sort of getting the lay of the land, getting to know our characters. This is written in two POVs. Yeah, we get two POVs in this one, which I usually like. The bookmark, or I guess the freebies that came with the book when I bought it, they're so cute. So you have this postcard that says Batanes, which I'm assuming the characters are gonna go to Batanes at some point, which is an island in the Philippines. It's way north. Like, I think it's the northernmost island in the Philippines. And then it also says it also tells you like the trope. So this is a grumpy sunshine, friends to lovers, small town romance. So very excited for that. Yeah, I want to read the books in the series before the third one comes out on the 12th. That's why I'm reading it. How about you guys? How was the sprint for you? Hi, just joined, and I sincerely hope you'll be doing a few more sprints. I'm currently reading My Roommate is a Vampire. Yes, I do plan to do definitely one more sprint, but I feel like if I'm in the mood to read after that sprint, I'm still gonna keep going. So for sure, at least one more sprint. How is My Roommate is a Vampire? I love the cover for that book, and I don't think I haven't read it, but I am interested, but I'm a little bit apprehensive because I haven't heard the best about that book. Oh, this is just me replying to you earlier. Hi, welcome to the sprints. I know you're just passing by. Thank you so much for passing by, Courtney. Sorry. Hi, Great. Do I call you Grace? Is that your name? Let me know how you want to be called. Joining a bit late. I'm currently rereading Iron Flame, and this time I'm taking note. I felt that because when I sat down to read Onyx Storm, was it earlier this year that it released? I read it pretty much like a week after release. I sat down to read it, and then I realized that I do not remember much from Iron Flame. Like no thoughts, head empty, and I think it's because I don't like Iron Flame as much as I did Fourth Wing. So I ended up having to watch like long recap. I think I watched like a 4 hour recap video on Iron Flame. Thank you so much to the booktubers who do us all a service and do recaps of books because I needed that for Iron Flame. I definitely will be needing it for Onyx Storm as well once that actually gets released. But yeah, hopefully you are enjoying Iron Flame, the reread, and that your notes will help you when you end up reading Onyx Storm. Hi Sharon, currently reading the first of Twilight, and this is the book. Wait, sorry. Okay, is the book name Twilight, or are you talking about Twilight, Stephanie Meyer Twilight? This is also the book to get me out the reading slump. Hope everyone is having a good day so far. If you're talking about Stephanie Meyer Twilight, that's so funny because just last Sunday I was talking with Pam Shenanigans, about how the Twilight books are just so iconic, and like I don't know, like I feel like even if I reread it now, I would still love it, even though maybe the writing style isn't, something that I would like now, just because it's so nostalgic for me. I remember like bawling my eyes out with New Moon, with that like, the pages and the months. If you know, you know. But yeah, hope you have fun reading it. If you are indeed talking about Twilight, Stephanie Meyer. Because I got a little bit confused with the double Twilight. Started doing laundry and read 10% of my book. I have a mountain of laundry in my bedroom right now that I need to fold. So, need to fold that before I can sleep. Probably do that later. Page 738 of 1996 by of Alchemize. Good job. Almost there. How are you liking it? Are you enjoying it so far? All I've heard is that everyone's heartbroken, everyone's devastated, everyone's crying. So how are you so far? Didn't read it all because of some minor but distressing work came out. Oh no, hopefully everything got fixed in the end. We just hate it when work gets in the way. Work gets in the way of reading. But alas, we have to work. Very cute postmark and bookmark. Yes, it is very, very cute. It also came with, where is it? It came with actual bookmarks as well. So it came with this. Oops, upside down. It came with a bookmark that says, "May all your weekends be fully booked, whether with adventures on the road or in the pages. The choice is yours." This was made by the author as well. And then it also came with a sticker. I don't know if the author also made the sticker, but it's pretty cute. So I love it when books come with freebies. That's actually pretty typical with Filipino books, indie books actually in the Philippines, which is a really nice touch. I didn't read. One of my dogs got away from me. Oh no! I took off running after him and fell hard, little kid style. He came back and checked on me, so all is good. I managed to bandage myself up. Only, oh my gosh, that is just. I mean, I'm sorry to say, it's like the way I'm imagining it in my head, it's kind of hilarious. Like how in cartoons or in TV when the dog gets away and then the human is just like frantically running after them. It's a little bit funny, but I'm glad that you're okay and you just needed bandages. Hopefully your dog made up for it in some way, shape, or form. Maybe some cuddles or whatnot. But very naughty dogs. Yes, Grace. Okay, I'm glad. I just took a chance because the name of your username is Graceful Books. So I just took a chance that your name is Grace. How is Iron Flame? It's on my October TBR. Iron Flame for me personally is not my favorite of the series. I thought that it was too long. Not that I don't like long books, but too long. They tried to do so many things that it actually felt like it was two books. I think I've read that it was actually two books and they smushed it into one, which is why it was so long and so many things were happening. So I felt that in the pacing of the book. I thought it was kind of like dragging a lot. And I like long books. I like books that really take their time, but this one took its time in the wrong way, if that makes any sense. For me, it's my least favorite. See, me and Grace, we understand. But I think my favorite page with this reread. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe once you know stuff, like once you know everything that's happening in that book, maybe when you reread it, you're kind of gonna appreciate the journey a little bit more. But as I was reading it, I was just like, when is this gonna end? I think it was 800 pages, if I'm not mistaken, or at least on the Kindle, it was 800 pages, which is so long. My Roommate is a Vampire is a perfect rom com, according to me. I love that. I love according to me. Loving it. Okay, that is good to know because I have been like on the fence about that book. I have another book that's not the same but kind of similar vibe, where it's what it's called The Nightmare Before Christmas, which I'm trying to figure out. Should I read it during Halloween season? Because the Nightmare Before Christmas, or is it more of a Christmas thing? Because the Nightmare Before Christmas. So I'm trying. If any one of you have read that book, let me know. Is that more of a Halloween vibe or a Christmas vibe? 'Cause I'm trying to figure out when I should read it. Same. I also did not enjoy Iron Flame as much as Fourth Wing, so my head was empty when Onyx Storm came out. When a fourth book comes out, I will reread all of them. I actually don't know, like, how many books is this series going to be? Because I feel like at this point, I might just hold off and not read until she's done with it. Because I feel like I don't think I can handle rereading it again and again and again. I don't think it's the kind of the book that I want to reread that way. So I might just wait. Twilight used to be my favorite books ever, and then I made the worst decision of my life to reread it. I hate it so much. Oh my god. Okay. We were just talking about this, like how it's so scary to reread a book that you love, especially a book that you loved when you were much younger, because then you might actually hate it now, or maybe it didn't age well, or something like that. And I fear that Twilight might be like that. So I might just hold up. I just rewatch the movies. The movies are so funny, they're so entertaining. At this point, I rewatch it every year, and it's just fun. Yeah, work is the worst. Why can't we just, grow money on trees? Oh, I saw your breakfast. It looks so good. Enough to get back into reading. Love it. I read Manacle, the fanfic, so I'm already fully prepared. Okay. So you already know what's going on and you're not gonna be phased by it. But hopefully you're still enjoying it. It was funny. I was torn between laughing and crying. I just can imagine like the look of confusion or dog when when the dog comes back to you and I'm like, what happened to you? And she's probably like, I just wanted to run with my little feet. But but I'm glad that you're okay. You're reading Fourth Wing. I think she was reading Iron Flame. Were you reading Iron Flame? Him coming back to check out. It was a good payment. Yeah. They know what they're doing. I just finished rereading Fourth Wing, currently began rereading Iron Flame, then I'll be rereading on. Wait, is the book coming out? Is the fourth book coming out soon? Is that why you're rereading everything? I didn't know. I don't even know if the title. Is there a title already? That's what I thought about the irresistible urge to fall for your enemy. Ooh, okay. That's also like a fanfic, right? It used to be one, at least. God, encouraging me to pick up Iron Flame. It's been on so many TBRs. I'm so sorry. Oh, but I gotta be real. I can't say that I loved it. I mean, I guess if I were to think about it, I loved learning about what happens next, like plot wise, but I just felt like the way that it was written wasn't really fun for me to read. I mean, I'm at that point, I was already invested with the characters. I love them from Fourth Wing, so I could push through because I was invested with the characters. But if you didn't like Fourth Wing, or if you were just lukewarm about Fourth Wing, I don't think Iron Flame is gonna make you love it. I guess that's what I'll say. When I say it's my least favorite, I mean I gave it 4.5 stars. That's fair. That's fair. Instead of five. So I still had a good time with it. It's supposed to be 5 books. Okay, that is long. Damn. But I guess if like Brandon Sanderson does like a 10-book series, like 5 isn't like that too much of a stretch. How is Alchemize? Yeah, let us know how you're finding Alchemize. Okay, I have a meeting. Hopefully we'll join later. Well, have a good meeting. Thank you so much for joining. And hopefully we can still be here when you get back. And hopefully you're feeling a lot better now after falling from chasing your dog. Oh no, I was in a reading slump and my TikTok for you page won't leave me alone about Satan and Frida and all of time. So I was like, I'm just gonna go pick it up again. Okay, I got it. Like I thought the fourth book was like out. I briefly read something about um the author trying to take a little bit more time with the fourth book, which I like. I like that she's taking time because I did feel like Iron Flame and Onyx Storm were kind of released too early. Maybe it needed a little bit more time to cook, at least for me. So I'm glad that she's taking the time now to write the books. Dark not wait what? Sorry, dark not romance and heartbreaking. Ooh, but loving my heart ripped out. Does that make sense? 100%. 100% makes sense. I think it's just because we love to read books that make us feel intense emotion. So whether it's a heartbreaking emotion, a happy emotion, I feel like that's just something that we crave as humans. And I feel like it's a lot easier to find books that will, break your heart than books that will make you like super happy. Like I think authors just write more about it's the same way with songs. You know how there's songs that are just it's a lot easier to think about very sad songs than to think about songs that will make you very happy. At least for me, I'm not sure if you guys get what I'm saying, but I think that's why we're like yearning for that. I don't think the fourth book has been announced yet. Yeah, I don't think there has been any announcement, but I have heard that she's trying to take her time with the fourth book. That's why there's no announcement yet. I hope it ends in the third book. Honestly, I hate this new trend. I know. I just want authors to write the story in the way that they envision them, envision the story. Like if they had a start and an end for the story already in mind, regardless of what happens with when it gets released, I hope authors just stick to it because that's the that for the most of the time that's like the best version of the story, the one that they've fully thought about everything. Like this is the story. But when they try, because of like publicity, because of pressure from publishers, from the audience, because there's money in it, when they try to like piecemeal a story, extend it, it's the same with TV shows, right? When they try to like extend it and give the fans what they want and whatnot, it becomes this diluted version of itself most of the time. And it just sucks because I feel like the writers, the authors, they have such a good idea. They had a concept, they had a storyline, but maybe it gets diluted because of pressures, like external pressures. And it's their choice, obviously, like it's something that they chose to do. But yeah, I just wish like authors just write the books that they wanted to write in the way that they wanted to write it. And it will find its audience, I think. I hope. But yeah, that is gonna be it for now. Let us prep for the fourth reading sprint. I am still gonna continue the same thing that I've been doing, transferring files and then also reading between then and now. I don't know enough yet to give you like a summary, but maybe I will for the next chatty period. But yeah, I will set up now for the fourth reading sprint. Let's do I won't lie, there are definitely certain series that are 3 books long. I think would have been better if they had more books. Yeah, yeah. I feel um it's like it goes both ways, but just whenever authors do things because they're pressured to do it or they feel like they have to do it because of fans of publishers of whatever, then sometimes it just doesn't pan out well just because it wasn't the original idea. Because actually sometimes books that are like shorter, they're like kind of not forced, but they're like advised by their editor that, oh, you have to cut this and cut that because we have to make it a little bit faster to read or we have to blah 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 blah. And I guess it just takes a good match between an editor and an author, like a good match where they can both improve on what they wrote based on just the story itself and not based on like a lot of external factors. Because I don't know, I feel like, I mean, you can look at it 2 ways. Books can be an art form, and books are products as well. So if you think of it as an art form, you really shouldn't be super, you shouldn't care too much about like how consumers are gonna take it because this is your expression, this is your story that you're telling, but at the same time, you're trying to sell the books. So books are also products. So you have to also think of that. So it's kind of this balance, which is just difficult sometimes. Hi everyone, we got a couple of people who just joined. Hi Bella. I'm gonna be starting after that yap session that I just love yapping, guys. We're gonna be starting our fourth reading sprint. We're gonna continue on with the rainy cafe vibe. It's here for 1 hour and talk to you in an hour. If you're just writing, leave in the chat what you're gonna be doing, if you're gonna be reading or doing something else, let us know and we'll chat about it later. And yes, remember to do all of these things. I need to refill my water. With that. I'll see you later. Hello, hello. Welcome back from sprint number 4. How was that for you? Did you end up reading your book, doing something else? I think a handful of us were like doing work stuff as well. I did a mixture of things. I started reading Between Then and Now by Kyra Isabel. So I think I made it to page 58. And so far it's just ramping up. We're just getting introduced to all of the characters of this small town because this is labeled as a small town romance, as it says on the postcard included in the book. So I was just getting introduced to just all of the different characters, the different people. We are following Bonita Santiago, who is an aspiring filmmaker. So she is working as an assistant, or technically a junior producer, but she's like an assistant intern into this local production house. And then we've got Ryan Miller, who is an American who's been living in the Philippines with his family, and he is a med student, or he's a new doctor. Yeah, he's a new doctor. He's quite young, and he's just very busy all the time, trying to study all the time, up level his career, and sleep and whatnot. So he's a very grumpy guy. And obviously, Bond is our sunshine. She is very yappy. She's very enthusiastic about life. She always has a smile on her face. Everybody knows her. And then they go on to this trip to Batanes, which is the northernmost island in the Philippines. It's quite isolated. They go on a trip because Ryan is going on this voluntary medical mission. It's set post pandemic. And then Bond is going to be filming their volunteer work for a documentary that she is working on. So that's kind of where I got up to. They're just starting to prepare for this trip. And so far, it's very easy to read, very fast paced as well. It's very I do this, I do that, I go there, I saw him. It's very like, okay, this is all of the things that are happening, which I'm not usually like a big fan of. It just depends. If I like the characters, then it's fine. I usually like to have a little bit more of a, not abstract, but I like it when you also describe surroundings and you describe the stuff that you smell, the stuff that you feel in your skin, stuff like that. Like not super straightforward, if you will. But I'm enjoying it. It's very quick and easy to read so far. How about you? How are your reads? Let's see. Ooh, almost done. 778 over 966. I mean, still quite a ways away, but you're really making progress. Cannot put it down. I love that feeling. Sometimes I hate it because then I don't sleep and then I wake up the next day like a zombie. But I just love that feeling of just wanting to read a book end to end. I think I was like that with Happy Place by Emily Henry. I definitely like was sobbing so much, and I just could not put that book down. I was like that. Hmm. I'm usually like that with books that tend to make me cry. But yeah, I love that feeling so much. It sucks because we have to live in the reality and that we have work and whatever. But I just want to sit down with a good book and not stop reading. Oh, Grace got to page 54 in Iron Flame. Like I can confirm, I'm already enjoying it more the second time around. That's good. That's good. Then at least your reread is doing something different for you now. And I'm hoping that it extends for the entirety of the book. You have like 100, like, is it 800 pages or 700 something? Like you have hundreds of pages to go. Oh, did I did some homework and made a few videos into my watch later. I just recently started using the watch later function, and I don't know who I was before that function on YouTube. Like I would always be annoyed at myself whenever I come across a video but I don't have time to watch it now. I would just say in my head, I'm gonna remember to search it again later, and then I never remember. But then of course there's a watch later function. That's why it's there. And I would just use that. And then usually instead of going to my subscriptions, I go into my watch later because you know how you're just subscribed to a lot of channels, but you don't necessarily want to watch every single video that everyone you subscribe to put out. That's why I use a watch later. It's kind of like my way of picking stuff that I want to watch. For sure, I will be a zombie tomorrow. Oh no. Well, my heart is with you. Make sure to get yourself good amount of, I don't know, caffeine or sugar or both tomorrow so you can power through. We just, sometimes the books are worth it. Sometimes they're just stories that you just have to read them. It's 650. Okay, I think it looks like 800 pages though, considering I have a book that is 800 pages that looks smaller than that. I think I'm thinking about the Kindle. You know how sometimes on Kindle it's a bit longer because it just depends on the size of your font and whatnot. Maybe I was thinking about the Kindle because I read it on the Kindle. I think I will enjoy a reread of Iron Flame more than I did the first time. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Grace. That's good. That's fair. That's fair. I just I don't know if I'll be able to convince myself to reread like a 650-page book that I was just like so with. But I'm happy you guys are enjoying that. I for the next sprint, I think I might yes, I'm gonna be doing another sprint just because I'm still in the mood to read. But I definitely need to get out of these clothes. So I think I'm gonna shower for the next sprint and then do a little bit of like skincare and stuff. And then I'm gonna continue reading between then and now. So it's gonna be very cozy. I kind of want like a fun little drink, like a warm drink. So I might make some tea later. I'm not really like well versed on tea. I just got a bunch of like random teas from hotel rooms. So I might just pick one that I have in there and just have like a warm drink. I just like having like warm drinks when it's like late at night, but I don't want to have coffee. And I can't really have like we have Swiss Miss hot chocolate, but I know my tummy's not gonna like that, so I'm not gonna do that. So I might just, make myself some tea while I read that. Yes, another sprint. I just, when you're in the mood, you're in the mood, and you gotta capitalize on that. And I guess we shall be zombies tomorrow. But yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna be doing. In terms of the other tasks that I was doing earlier, which was transfer stuff, I managed to finally finish transferring files from my phone to my hard drive. And then I still have to transfer stuff from my memory card. This looks like a very intense camera. This is the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. I just have like a shit ton of accessories on it just because I'm so afraid that I will break it. Everyone says that it's quite fragile. So I guess I'll do a little bit of a tour of my DJI Osmo Pocket 3 accessory. So what it actually looks like is this one. And then remove this. Well, I don't want to remove this one, but this is normally not included, this one. So it's like a tiny camera, but because it's tiny, it feels quite fragile, and everybody says that the gimbal is actually quite fragile. So I use this one as kind of like a stand, but it's also magnetic. So I can actually just prop this up somewhere. I don't have anything metallic right now. Oh, maybe, see? The AirPods stick to it because it has magnets on it. So I can use it to like stick this in like random places. And then I just have the wide angle lens stuck to the back of it. This one, this thing at the bottom, it helps you keep it upright. It's like a silicone stand. And then the final piece of the puzzle is this one, which is the most important thing because if you put it like this, it protects the gimbal. So now I can just throw this thing inside my bag and not worry because everything like the the screen, the gimbal, they're all protected. I hope. So I can throw this into my bag and it feels more like easier for me to like grab and go. I'm gonna be traveling next like in 2 weeks. So I've gotten a couple of like, those straps, shoulder straps, so I can just have this dangling in front of me and like make it easy to film stuff without having to dig through my bag. Yeah, that's just my mini camera situation. I haven't like fully utilized this camera. I just recently got it and I'm still sort of experimenting around with it. But I'm so excited because it does make filming quite easier for me. The more pages I can get with this book, the better. That's fair. Ooh, Germs is 208 over 442 of Adi LaRue. I think I have enough for now. I'll take a pause and read later. Savor the book more. So maybe I'll draft something for an upcoming book tour. Ooh, interesting. But yeah, I do think that Adi LaRue is best read a little bit slowly. Like I wouldn't binge read it. I really love letting it like simmer and linger. And also that reduces the feeling of it being repetitive for me. I have the same camera. What they call the magnet thing. They're definitely gonna be buying one. Huh? What do I call? It's an Ulanzi. Okay, let's see. It's Ulanzi. I think if you search Ulanzi DJI Osmo Pocket 3 magnet mount, I think you'll find that. Um, because this one is pretty generic. I think there's other like brands as well that does it, but I just picked the one um that allows me to like open it up like this so I can also like use it kind of like a stand, and then it wraps around the whole thing. But the one that I have is Olanzi, which I think should be available over there. Hopefully you find it. If not, I'll try to find it and then I'll link it to you. But yeah, I think we can go into our fifth reading spread. This is a rare thing that I don't even have a title card. Hold on. Okay. Okay, here you go. Fifth reading sprint. So we're gonna do another hour. Still gonna be doing the rain. I think everybody loves the rain. I'm still gonna be doing that. I'm gonna be turning off camera for a while because I'm gonna be showering. So I shall see you guys in an hour. Happy reading, everyone. Hi everyone. How was the reading sprint? That was the fifth one. I had my shower, that's why I'm in a different clothing, and I actually managed to fold all of my laundry, which is amazing. With enough time to spare to actually read a little bit of my book. That's fun. I can sleep on my bed tonight because there's all the laundry is folded and put away. That's good. I read until page 74. So I think that was just what, 15 pages I think that I read since the last sprint. But we are making progress. They've made it to Batanes, which is the island that they're going to, and there's some tropey stuff happening here, which is, always fun to read when you are just wanting to read some cozy romance novels. So it's been fun. But yeah, I am still in the mood to read more, but I don't think I can do the full hour for the next sprint. So maybe we'll do like a cheeky little 30 or 40-minute sprint for the next one. How about you guys? How are your books? Let's see. Worked on some, cannot read. Worked on some government stuff and made progress in Watch Later. Good job. Amazing. Got to page 80. Ooh, progress. I love it. You guys are really reading today. I finished my meetings. Welcome back, Mai. We are going to be doing one more sprint, but it's just going to be a shorter one. So there's still some time for you to read. We got to page 805 by 966. 805 over 966. But also sorted cooked food. That took me a bit. Like sorted food? What do you mean? But yeah, I get it now. Sorted cooked food for dinner as well. What time is it for you guys? It's 2 in the morning for me, which is, very late, but I slept in the middle of the day, which is why I'm doing the sprint now. Um, but yeah, you're almost done with Alchemize, by the way. Are you still gonna be reading? Are you planning to finish it today? I feel like you can. At this point, I feel like you can. Well done for finishing meetings. Yes, well done for being a trooper and doing work stuff despite, just wanting to read. It's 10:07 for me. Oh, okay. It's 10:08 for me at 2 in the morning, which is why I am, starting to feel a little bit sleepy. Not really sleepy, but like my body is winding down. That's so much. I plan on reading it soon. Ooh. I don't know yet if I want to read it, but we'll see. We'll see. It'll come when I want it to come. Tomorrow is I'm thinking of, so I'm gonna be reading this fully, like a solid 30, 35. Let's say 35. A solid 35-minute reading sprint for me. I will be reading this so I can get to at least, I think I can get to a little under halfway mark for me with this book in the next 35 minutes, which is great because tomorrow I'm going to be out. I'm going to be at a cafe. I'm going to be working at a cafe with my friends. So yeah, just it's gonna be a good working day because I'm with my friends and I'm at a cafe, but it's still work day. I think I'm gonna be editing the videos that I prepped today. I'm gonna be editing that tomorrow. Hopefully, I finish one of them. And then I think on Thursday, I might do another one of this library hours. I might do it a little bit earlier in the day for me, so that's probably evening for most of you. We'll see. I'm testing out different times for this library hours. But yeah, I'm planning to do another one midweek before the joint one that I have with Pam Shenanigans on Sunday. But yeah, happy for a short sprint. Oh wow, 2 a.m. That is early. Yeah. But that's fine because like I have a very weird sleeping schedule. It's like I'm awake in the morning and then I nap midday, like a nap, a proper nap. So I end up sleeping late. Then I wake up early because I don't know, I'm just used to waking up early. So it's kind of like a weird schedule that I have going on right now. 7:20 p.m. here, got plenty of time to finish. Yeah. Yep, we're definitely gonna finish that today, which I'm happy about for you. I am for sure enjoying this read more. I'm way more invested in other characters than I was the first time through. So the first half of the book isn't dragging like it had been for me. I feel like I get what you mean because when I was reading Iron Flame, I was struggling to remember who everyone was. Like obviously I know the main people, but then they would be mentioning a lot of other people and I would not like I wouldn't know who like I wouldn't remember who they are. I would have to like Google and then I have to Google while avoiding spoilers. And it just was maybe that's part of why it felt like dragging for me because I had to keep on searching stuff up, trying to remember who's who and who did what in the first book. So maybe it's fair that if I do reread Iron Flame, maybe I'll enjoy it a lot more. So I am gonna set up for our final short reading sprint. We're gonna do. Let me just update the timer because I need to refresh it. I think. Let's see, focus timer. Let's do 35 minutes for the final sprint. See, yeah, 35 minutes. For the final sprint. Totally get that. I know that's why some people weren't the biggest fan of Onyx Storm. Excited to read more. Yeah. I think for me actually, Onyx Storm, the main thing that I was the main thing that I was disappointed by Onyx Storm is that I felt like I wanted to read more about the worlds that she opened up because you know how, they traveled a lot in Onyx Storm. They went from one country to a continent or whatever. But for the first place that they went to, we got a lot of like information about what the country was like, what their culture was. But then increasingly as they explore more locations, it feels like the places that they go to is just isolated to just one specific area. Like that area where they did their business, that's the only thing that exists in that place. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just maybe because I like my fantasies to to have really good solid world building. Maybe that's why I didn't enjoy it as much. Like I was hoping that we would be immersed more in the different islands and countries that they went to in Onyx Storm. But you know what? Maybe it's gonna be in the future books. That's also like a possibility. So maybe you really do have to read like the entire series to like enjoy it as a whole. You know how it's kind of like the middle book syndrome. Maybe that's why. But yeah, let's set up for the final sprint. 35 minutes. So if anyone is gonna be leaving during this time, thank you so much for joining us today. But hopefully I will still catch you for the final chatty bit after this 35 minutes. But yes, let's do it one last time for our rain. And I will see you again. And yeah, happy ever. Happy reading again. Hello, everyone. How was your final reading sprint? Did you read more of your book or do chores and stuff? I made it to page 118. Made it pretty far in this book, a third of the way through already. So made it to page 118 and things are happening. They're doing this thing where the girl is trying to get the guy to go out with his dream girl. So they're doing like practice dates and stuff, which is always a fun sort of scenario to play around with because then they're doing practice days and then they catch real feelings. I mean, it's tropey. It's um I guess you see it all the time. There's nothing groundbreaking about it, but it's always fun to read. So I'm enjoying that. And we're getting a lot of like descriptions of Batanes, the island that they're in, and the different customs there, the traditional dances and whatnot. So it's enjoyable to read so far. Definitely the kind of book that I can binge read in like a day if I just want like a easy book to like get lost in. I think this is like if you have like a flight, this would be the perfect book to read because you can just like zone in and you don't have to think too much, but then you're having fun. So it's perfect for like during a flight. How about you guys? Let's see. Where am I? Oh, okay. Finished my government stuff and made one video into my watch later. Good job. Thank you for this, Prince. Thank you so much for joining me, Mai. I hope you're okay after that shenanigans with your dog. Hopefully you can catch another sprint, maybe sometime this week or next week. But thank you so much for joining us. Oh, got one very long chapter read. Those long chapters are tough. Sometimes they just feel longer than like the number of pages that they actually are, just because there's no like chapter breaks. But it's good. It's good that you were able to finish a long chapter. Thank you so much for the amazing sprint today. It has been so motivating. I'm so glad I also managed to finish a book and get a third of the way through in my current read. So it was definitely a very productive sprint for me. Hopefully, see you again in the next one. Mostly just chatted. That's fine. Thank you for hosting today. Have a beautiful night. Thank you so much, Kay. Have a beautiful day as well. And yes, hydrate always. I am gonna be sleeping now. Thank you so much to everyone. Got to page 96. Good job. But yeah, I guess it's last things. I might do another one of these on Thursday or Friday, but we'll see. But if not, we'll see you on the weekend for reading sprints together with my friend Pam from Pap Shenanigans. Hopefully, I finish editing my video so I can upload it sometime this week and you guys can see that. But until then, I'll see you in the next reading sprints. Happy good day to the happy rest of the day to all of you, or night, depends on where you are. And I'll see you next time. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much. Yes, I will sleep well and enjoy my cafe date. Bye.